to the Sleepy Club. This is the place where curiosity meets calm, where stories of the past whisper gently as you drift into rest. Tonight's story takes us deep into the jungles of ancient Central America, into a world of stone temples, sacred calendars, and mysterious gods, a civilization that rose in brilliance and beauty and left behind secrets still echoing through time. The story of the Maya lies somewhere between history, science, and legend. They charted the stars, built cities aligned with the heavens, and measured time with astonishing precision. Yet much of their world remains wrapped in quiet mystery. Before we begin, I'd like to ask you something. In our videos, after the story ends, do you prefer the animation to continue for a while, or would you rather fade into a calm, black screen? I'd love to know what helps you relax the most. As you listen, allow your body to relax and your thoughts to slow, like the gentle rhythm of a distant drum. Feel the day fade away and let the night carry you into a calm, dreaming state. If you enjoy learning while you rest, don't forget to subscribe so you can join us again on more journeys through knowledge and time. Now, take a slow, deep breath in and softly let it go. Let your eyes grow heavy and your mind grow still. Tonight, we travel through misty jungles and forgotten temples to explore the rise, the mystery, and the timeless spirit of the Maya civilization. In the silent heart of a tropical night, the ancient temples sleep under a canopy of stars. Time drifts in cycles here. The past and present intertwine like the vines embracing crumbling stone. To explore the world of the Maya is to wander between history, science, and legend, an odyssey through jade-green jungles and starlit heavens, where poetry and fact whisper together. There is not yet one person, one animal, bird, fish, only the sky alone is there. The face of the earth is not clear, it is at rest. Not a single thing stirs. It is black, kept at rest under the sky. Thus begins the Popol Vuh, the sacred book of the Maya, describing a world in darkness before the first dawn. In these mythic words, one hears a fairy tale-like creation story, a universe in stillness, awaiting its shaping. The Maya civilization was born from such dawns of myth and memory, an origin story carried in the quiet of jungle nights and in the measured footsteps of farmers at daybreak. In the Maya highlands and lowlands of Mesoamerica, early peoples kindled small fires and began domesticating plants. By about 2000 BC, the ancestors of the Maya were cultivating maize, beans, squashes, and chili peppers, the three sisters and more, which would sustain their descendants for millennia. Imagine a small hamlet at first light. A farmer clears the morning dew from a maize patch, while his wife grinds corn on a stone matad. The rhythmic sound, a gentle hymn to the coming day. The aroma of ground maize mingles with the damp scent of the forest. Such quiet scenes of everyday life belie the transformational developments underway. In these early villages, the Maya people were pioneering a transition from foraging to farming, laying the groundwork for one of the world's great civilizations. As centuries passed, those humble villages grew in complexity. By 1000 BC, larger settlements dotted the Maya region. The Maya did not emerge in isolation. They were heirs to even older cultures. To the west, the Olmec civilization had risen, leaving behind colossal stone heads and possibly the first hints of writing and calendar making in Mesoamerica. The early Maya learned from these predecessors, even as they innovated on their own. Archaeological evidence suggests that by around 750, 500 BC, the Maya were already constructing monumental architecture. At sites like Nakbe and El Mirador in the Guatemalan Petén, massive platforms and pyramids were built amid the dense rainforest long before the classic Maya Golden Age. These early feats hint at an evolving society, one developing social hierarchies, religion, and urban planning. We can envision a dawn in El Mirador, the sun spilling over a horizon of endless green, illuminating a colossal pyramid called La Danta, a preclassic Maya pyramid, so large it rivals the Egyptian pyramids in volume. From its summit, a priest astronomer observes the rising sun, already aligning human life with cosmic time. Thus the Maya origin unfolds on two levels. In legend, gods carefully shaped humanity from maize dough. After two previous creations failed, imbuing people with purpose to keep the days and remember the divine. In one Popol Vuh passage, the first men fashioned by the Maker are described as too keen of sight, able to see instantly all that is around them, even the entire arch of heaven. The Creator, feeling these first humans understood everything at once, clouded their vision slightly. They know all. What shall we do with them now? Let their sight reach only that which is nearer. Must they also be gods? This gentle admonition from the divine reflects a philosophical idea that humans are meant to grow into knowledge gradually, with appropriate humility. In reality, the Maya indeed acquired knowledge step by step, through observation, experimentation, and memory, passed across generations. By the 1st century AD, they had begun to inscribe glyphs and numbers, record time, and measure the heavens. A slow dawn gave way to sunrise. The Maya civilization emerged from the mist, ready to bloom. The classic period was the golden age of the Maya, an era when their accomplishments in art, science, and statecraft shone brightly. Across the lowland jungles and highland valleys, great city-states flourished, each a world unto itself of temples, palaces, plazas, and causeways. The names of these cities still kindle awe. Tikal, Calakmul, Palenque, Copan, Yaxchilan, Caracol, Quirigua, Piedras Negras, Naranjo, Uxmal, Chichen Itza, and more. In these urban centers, tens of thousands of Maya lived, ruled by kings and queens who traced their lineage to gods. It was a time of splendor and rivalry, of legendary rulers and scribes who still whisper their names in hieroglyphic code. Imagine entering Tikal at its height in the 8th century. The morning mist is lifting, revealing the steep outline of Temple I, the temple of the Great Jaguar. Rising 47 meters above the main plaza, its twin Temple II faces it from the west. The calls of howler monkeys echo like primordial chants from the surrounding rainforest. In the plaza below, nobles in splendid attire gather for a ceremony. Perhaps Jezochankabel, the great king of Tikal, is commemorating a victory over Calakmul, Tikal's longtime rival. Tikal's artisans have carved the story of that victory on stelae, tall stone monuments, arrayed in the plaza. The glyphs on one monument record the date 8.6 to 17.85 in the Maya long count, corresponding to element a day in Jasochankagil Rain Dai. Another stela depicts the king towering in elaborate headdress and jaguar pelt, with captive lords at his feet. These silent stones are the voices of Maya history. Indeed, researchers have found written records on stelae, altars, and temple panels that provide a remarkably complete chronology of Tikal's rulers over an 800-year span. The dynastic history of Tikal, from its founding in the Preclassic to its late resurgence in the 9th century, is inscribed in texts that modern science has only recently learned to read. The rivalry between Tikal and Calakmul, another superpower deep in the Peten jungles, was the engine of much of classic Maya politics. These two great kingdoms vied for allies and vassals among smaller cities. Calakmul, with its emblem glyph of the snake head, engaged in diplomatic intrigue and war with Tikal for centuries. At times, one or the other gained the upper hand. For example, Calakmul defeated Tikal in 562 AD, ushering in a 130-year hiatus of diminished power for Tikal. But Tikal triumphed in a dramatic comeback in 695 AD under Jesuchan Kadiel, capturing Calakmul's king. Such events were meticulously chronicled. Maya, unlike many ancient peoples, recorded historical dates, names, and even specific events on their monuments. They celebrated births, accessions, wars, alliances, and building dedications. This practice leaves us a rich, if still incomplete, narrative of their world. By the late Classic, the Maya realm was a tapestry of city-states, linked by shifting alliances and trade, as well as by shared cultural values. While Tikal and Calakmul were bitter rivals, other cities enjoyed periods of brilliance, each with its unique character. Palenque, set in the western jungles of Chiapas, Mexico, blossomed under King Kinahiana Pakal and his sons in the 7th century. Palenque's artists specialized in exquisite bas-relief carvings and elegant architecture. In 683 AD, Pakal died after a long reign, and he was entombed deep within the Temple of the Inscriptions, a pyramid built as his monumental tomb. When archaeologists finally uncovered Pakal's sarcophagus in 1952, they found him adorned with a jade mosaic death mask and jewels, his body accompanied by rich offerings. The tomb's walls bore inscriptions of dynastic history and mythic imagery. The massive stone lid of Pakal's sarcophagus is carved with a scene of the king at the moment of death and rebirth, falling into the jaws of the underworld, while a great ceiba tree, the Maya world tree, rises behind him, connecting him to the heavens. This astonishing artwork has inspired wonder and some wild speculation in popular culture. But to the Maya, it was a deeply spiritual portrayal of death and resurrection. In the glyphs and icons, scholars read a statement. Pakal was to be reborn among the gods, traveling the white road of the Milky Way into eternity. Palenque's legacy thus includes not only political history, but a profound spiritual and artistic statement about the journey of the soul. Far to the south, Copan, in present-day Honduras, stood as a beacon of Maya civilization on the southeastern frontier. Copan's rulers, such as the notable 18-rabbit, Waxaclajun Uba Khalil, cultivated a courtly culture of refinement. Copan has yielded sculpture of extraordinary finesse. Stelae portraying kings in high relief, almost freestanding, like divine statues. One of Copan's most famous monuments is its hieroglyphic stairway, a stairway of 63 steps, each carved with glyphs, over 2,000 glyph blocks in total, making it the longest known Maya inscription. This grand stairway was essentially a written history of Copan's dynasty, intended to glorify the ruling lineage for future generations. Though an earthquake likely disturbed the order of some blocks, epigraphers have deciphered much of the text, revealing a king's effort to legitimize his power by narrating the past. We can picture nobles climbing these stairs during rituals, literally walking upon their history and ancestors' names as they ascend toward a temple shrine at the top. The cultural life of the classic Maya court was rich and varied. Courts employed not just kings and queens, but also scribes, artists, astronomer priests, warriors, merchants, and artisans of all kinds. Scribes and artisans were highly esteemed. In some images, scribes, who kept royal genealogies and sacred knowledge, are shown alongside lords, identified by their tools, ink pots and quills, and sometimes by name. Maya art, paintings, murals, ceramics, carved wood and jade, often depicts courtly scenes, feasts, musical performances, dances, and offerings to gods. One of the most vivid windows into classic Maya life comes from the murals of Bonampak, a small site in Chiapas. Discovered in the mid-20th century, these murals astonished the world with their color and detail, showing scenes of a single time period under King Chan Mayan. In 3 rooms, the Bonampak murals portray a royal ceremony with musicians and dancers, a battle and its gruesome aftermath, prisoners with bloodied fingers, suggesting their nails were ripped out as part of ritual torture, and a celebration with nobles in vibrant attire. We see individuals with elaborate headdresses, jade ornaments, and embroidered cotton clothing. We see a child prince being presented, warriors wielding spears and obsidian knives, court ladies in attendance, and even contortionists performing. These paintings confirm what the stone carvings and glyphs also tell us. Classic Maya society was hierarchical and ritualized, but also passionate and human. There were triumphs and defeats, reverence and revelry, artistry and scientific observation went hand in hand with warfare and sacrifice. Despite competition, the city-states of the classic era shared a common cosmology and calendar, artistic canons, and architectural principles. They recognized each other's rulers as holy lords. The Maya word Ajah means Lord King. Marriages between royal families cemented alliances. Trade routes crisscrossed the Maya world by river and sea and land. From the volcanic highlands came obsidian and jade. From the lowlands came exotic bird feathers, brilliant quetzal plumes, fine ceramics, and cacao beans, used as currency. A traveler in the 8th century might carry a cacao pouch as money to buy provisions, might witness a ball game in one town, and a bloodletting sacrifice in the next, understanding both via shared culture. Yet even in this golden age, they knew the precariousness of life. The inscriptions often speak in poetic metaphors, kings scattering blood like seeds to renew the world, or conjuring the presence of ancestors in rituals. The ancient Maya view of time and history was cyclical. They saw even their own golden age in the context of great cycles. Empires were not eternal. They waxed and waned under the eyes of the gods. As we shall see, the classic Maya world would eventually face decline, but not before achieving heights of knowledge and creativity that place it among the great civilizations of human history. One of the most enchanting aspects of Maya civilization is their scientific prowess, especially in astronomy and timekeeping. The night sky was a source of wonder and guidance for the Maya, a nocturnal landscape full of animate movement and divine meaning. With no telescopes, using only the naked eye, Maya astronomer priests achieved observations of extraordinary accuracy. They mapped the complex cycles of the moon and planets, predicted eclipses, and devised a calendrical system that could track vast spans of time with precision and elegance. At the heart of Maya science lay their numerical system and calendar. Unlike the Romans who used clunky numerals, or even the Greeks who never developed a symbol for zero, the Maya developed a full positional numeral system that included zero, an invention so rare in the ancient world that only one or two other cultures like ancient India accomplished it independently. The Maya used a vigesimal, best 20 system. Instead of counting 09, then carrying to a tens place as we do, they counted 0, 19, then carried to a 20s place. They represented numbers with just 3 symbols: a dot for 1, a bar for 5, and a stylized shell symbol for 0. The shell perhaps signifying the concept of completion or emptiness. By stacking these symbols vertically, each row representing an increasing power of 20, the Maya could write any number. For example, a single dot U-E-1, or a horizontal bar E5, a shell H-A-0, a dot above a dot in 2 levels, and so on. It appears the Maya were using positional notation as early as the late preclassic period, perhaps around 400 BC. One of the greatest intellectual achievements was this concept of zero, the idea of a placeholder and a null value in calculations. Maya inscriptions show the zero glyph appearing by at least the 1st century AD, and the earliest known long count calendar date, written on stela 2 from Chiapa de Corzo, which corresponds to 36 BC, already uses 0 as a placeholder. This is among the earliest uses of 0 in human history. With this numeric system, Maya scholars could perform calculations on par with, or surpassing those of contemporaneous peoples. They could multiply and divide, compute calendar intervals, and likely had methods for more advanced arithmetic related to astronomy. In short, Maya mathematics was the engine that powered their astronomy and calendars, allowing them to handle large numbers into the millions with ease. Time was a sacred domain for the Maya. They measured it with multiple interlocking calendars, each serving a different purpose. The fundamental Maya calendar is dual, a 260-day sacred calendar called Tzolk'in in Yucatec Maya, and a 365-day solar calendar, the Habu. The 260-day cycle consisted of 20-day names combined with numbers 1, 13, cycling in a distinctive permutation that was used for divination and ritual timing. 365-day Haba had 18 months of 20 days each, plus a short 5-day period of ritual danger at year's end. Every day in Maya life was identified by a pairing of a Tzolk'in date and a Hab date, a combination that repeats only every 52 years. This 52-year period was like a century or calendar round for the Maya, and the passing of 52 years was met with ceremonies because it meant the 2 calendars realign. But the Maya didn't stop there. They needed to pinpoint dates beyond the 52-year cycle, especially to anchor historical events and mythology. For that, they created the long count, effectively a continuous count of days from a base date in the mythical past. The long count is a vigesimal count of days, using larger units like baktans, 144,000 days, roughly 394 years. Katuns, 7,200 days, 19.7 years. Tons, 360 days, nearly a year. Uinos, 21 day. A typical long count inscription looks like a set of 5 numbers, e.g. 13, 0, 0, which are Baktan Katun Tuyin.Guang.20. The most famous long count cycle is the one that began on 4 Ahau, 8 Kunku, in the calendar round, corresponding to August 11th, 3114 BC in our Gregorian calendar. This was the Maya creation date of the current world. when the clock of this era started ticking. Every 13 baktans, approximately 5,125 years, the long count would reset to 000 again. And indeed, on December 21st, 2012, the long count rolled from 12.919.719 to 13. For the Maya, however, this was likely a cause for renewal and ceremony, not doomsday fears. They conceived of time as cyclical. One cycle's end is another's beginning. In fact, Maya inscriptions mention dates far beyond 2012, both past and future, indicating they imagined cycles nested within cycles, extending eons into the past and future. Time was an ever-turning wheel, much like the concept of Nietzsche's eternal recurrence, an idea uncannily anticipated by the Maya view that worlds are reborn in endless succession. What truly astonishes us is how the Maya applied these calendars to real astronomical observations. The Maya astronomy of the classic period ranks among the most advanced of any ancient civilization. With careful naked eye observation, aided by patience and records kept over generations, the Maya achieved measurements rivaling those of old world astronomers. For example, they calculated the length of the tropical solar year with great accuracy. Maya astronomers figured it around 365.242 days, extremely close to the modern value of 365.2422 days. And even slightly more accurate than the value used in the European calendar at the Their estimate of the synodic month, the lunar cycle, was similarly refined, more accurate than the calculations of Ptolemy in the Greco-Roman world. This precision partly stems from the long baseline of data they accumulate. The skies were a nightly textbook, and the Maya read it carefully, generation after generation. Venus in particular fascinated the Maya. The brilliant morning star, evening star, was associated with warfare and dread omens, often linked to the god Kukulkan. Maya scribes recorded the synodic cycle of Venus as 584 days, the period it takes for Venus to return to the same position relative to Earth and Sun. Incredibly, they knew that 5 Venus cycles, 584, 2,920 days, very nearly equals 8 solar years. The Dresden Codex, one of the 4 surviving Maya books, contains a famous Venus table, which charts the heliacal risings of Venus, its first visible appearance in the dawn sky, and likely was used to plan ritual events or even the timing of raids and battles. Maya texts indicate that kings sometimes scheduled wars to begin when Venus rose, believing the omen favorable. At Chichen Itza, a structure known as El Caracol, Spanish for snail, referring to its spiral staircase, is a round tower that functioned as an observatory. Alignments in the windows and platform of El Caracol correspond to the extreme northerly and southerly points on the horizon where Venus would appear or disappear, events that occur in that 8-year, 5-cycle rhythm. The Maya had marked out the stations of Venus with architecture, turning her buildings into gigantic sighting instruments. Similarly, many Maya buildings align with solar phenomena. For instance, at some sites, the pyramids or viewing temples are positioned such that on the equinoxes the sun casts a particular shadow, the most famous being at Chichen Itza, where on equinox afternoons the play of light and shadow along the staircase of the Kukulkan pyramid creates the undulating form of a serpent, a dramatic merging of astronomy. Observatories also tracked eclipses. The Dresden Codex includes an eclipse table that could predict solar and lunar eclipses by aligning the 260-day cycle With the eclipse half year of 173 days, Maya priests would know years in advance when an eclipse was due. One can imagine the awe this commanded among commoners when the priests called darkness onto the sun at the predicted time. It is important to realize that for the Maya, science was never separate from the sacred. They did not chart the stars out of idle curiosity, but to integrate human life with the cosmos. Every astronomical event had mythological and ritual significance. The movements of planets were woven into stories of gods and heroes. For example, the Popol Vuh tells of the hero twins who ascend to become the sun and moon, and of their father who became the Maya god of maize. Rising in the east, the stars and planets were flesh of their flesh. The line between astronomy and astrology in Maya practice did not exist. It was all of one piece, a kind of astrology with actual mathematical rigor. As one modern Maya scholar put it, the ancient Maya cooked the books to craft a majestic purpose to the night sky, meaning they sometimes adjusted their numerical calculations to fit a desired symmetry or ritual cycle. This shows that even their science bowed to the demands of meaning over pure empirical accuracy. But even when they adjusted, it was done with logical intent. The result is that Maya astronomy appears almost modern in its observational precision, yet distinctively Maya in its objectives and use. The Maya codices that survived, primarily the Dresden, Madrid, and Paris codices, named for the cities where they ended up in Europe, plus the recently confirmed Grolier Codex, illustrate just how advanced Maya astronomical knowledge was. The Dresden Codex is essentially an astronomical almanac, likely copied from older books by a Yucatec Maya scribe around the 11th or 12th century AD. In its pages, along with gorgeous depictions of gods, one finds tables of numbers, the Venus table, eclipse table, and other calendrical calculations. The lunar series in the Dresden precisely tracks eclipses over a span of 405 lunations, about 33 years, indicating when solar and lunar eclipses could happen. The Venus table covers 584-day cycles and how they correlate with the 260-day calendar, maintaining a complex but systematic schedule for Venus visibility. It is clear the Maya watched the sky like hawks. Each day's position of Venus or the moon had implications for scheduling ceremonies, for predicting weather and harvest times, or for embarking on war. We should picture a Maya astronomer priest, perhaps atop a pyramid or observatory tower on a clear night. He is wrapped in a woven cloak against the slight chill of the tropical night. Above, the sky is astronomically dark, no light pollution at all. The Milky Way arcing overhead as a thick starry band, the Maya called the White Road. He notes the positions of Mars and Jupiter among the constellations, recognizes the constellations, perhaps a turtle, a jaguar, or the cosmic crocodile. He observes Orion's belt rising. The Maya identified part of Orion as a cosmic hearth. Perhaps tonight Venus is due to rise as morning star. Before dawn, he will watch for that first glimmer in the east. When he sees it, he will blow a conch shell or tap a drum to signal the moment to the people below. Fires will be lit, incense burned. They greet Venus with propitiation, for this star can foretell war or drought. In his mind, the priest is correlating this appearance with entries in his folded screen codex. Maybe it's the third such appearance in an 8-year cycle. He cross-references the almanac and advises the king that the gods favor a certain action. The unity of heaven and earth is maintained through such rituals. The stars are not distant balls of gas. They are alive, part of a grand conversation with the Maya. This is science ensouled by myth. The achievements of Maya astronomy and calendrics left the Spanish friars in awe. Once they eventually learned of them through Maya informants. One early Spanish chronicler remarked that the Maya computed the eclipse of the moon much better than we, although we have the European mathematicians, likely referring to their eclipse tables. Even today, one cannot help but be impressed. The Maya were able to predict solar eclipses and the movements of Venus with remarkable precision, as modern analyses confirm. They built some of the world's most accurate pre-telescopic observatories, integrated into their ceremonial centers, and they did so entirely independently of the old world, developing their own mathematical notation, their own inventive calendars, and their own framework of understanding. It's worth noting that Maya science was collaborative and cumulative. Knowledge was passed down through specialized schools, attached to royal courts. Scribes and priests underwent long training to memorize calculations, tables, and methods. There was no genius scientist in a modern sense. Rather, the genius was in the culture itself and its continuity of observation. Their science was recorded in codices and carved texts, many of which were tragically lost, as we'll see, but some of which persisted long enough to give us a window into their knowledge. Perhaps the most poetic aspect of Maya science is how it merges with philosophy. Time, to the Maya, was a living entity. Each day had a personality and a deity. Each cycle had a destiny. The Maya even had a concept of world ages and cosmic cycles. They knew the world had changed before and would change again. In their cyclic calendars, some see a resonance with the philosophical idea of eternal return, the notion that existence repeats itself in a grand loop. For the Maya, a given configuration of the calendar round, the 260-day and 365-day date, recurred every 52 years, and likely they observed that events or patterns in life seemed to recur with it. This sensibility encourages a kind of patience and continuity. Nothing is truly lost. What has happened before can happen again. Knowledge, like the corn, can be replanted each cycle. It is a reassuring thought that complements their scientific vigilance. In the Popol Vuh, after the hero twins ascend as sun and moon, there is a line that the light came and the dawn arrived, and faces of the earth were made clear. The work of Maya astronomers was to keep that dawn always arriving on time, to ensure that humans lived in harmony with the heartbeat of the heavens. If you were to wander through a classic Maya city, you might feel you had entered a realm where architecture is ritual, frozen in stone. Maya cities do not have the grid-like order of Roman towns or the straightforward processional axes of Egyptian ones. They grew organically over centuries, with new temples built atop old ones, expanded plazas, and additional ceremonial complexes added by each successive ruler. The result was often a maze of grandeur, towering pyramids with shrines on top, broad plazas framed by palaces and ball courts, causeways called Saxby or white roads, connecting different parts of the city, and stelae, carved stone pillars, decorating public spaces. Everything was oriented with respect to the cardinal directions and important celestial rising. Many cities were nestled in dense rainforest. Some monumental structures would suddenly loom as one emerged from forest paths, giving an ethereal sense that the city coexists with the jungle, not entirely conquering it. A hallmark of Maya engineering is that they achieved all this without beasts of burden, without metal tools, and without the wheel for transport. These absences, which at first sound like crippling limitations, make their accomplishments all the more amazing. Stone by stone, using hard stone tools like obsidian and chert, the Maya quarried enormous quantities of limestone and transported it with human labor, rope, and wooden levers. Without pack animals, goods were carried on the backs of porters or dragged on sledges. Yet the Maya managed to move multi-ton stone blocks to build pyramids that reached over 200 feet high. They built corbelled arches, since they hadn't invented the keystone arch. They ingeniously cantilevered stones inward until they met at a peak, creating lofty interior vaults in temples and palaces. They sculpted stelae, lintels, altars, and doorways with exquisite detail using nothing but stone tools and abrasive sand. And they invented mortar and cement technology by harnessing the very bedrock on which they lived, limestone. Most Maya cities sat on limestone bedrock. The Yucatan Peninsula is a porous limestone shelf, and the highlands have limestone as well. At some point early in their history, they discovered that limestone could be burned to produce lime, which, when mixed with water and local aggregates, becomes a form of cement or plaster. This was a game changer. They could create lime plasters to smooth floors, to stucco their pyramids brilliantly white, and paint them in vibrant reds, yellows, and blues. They could create concrete-like fill to stabilize construction. However, the process of making lime required intense heat and thus massive amounts of firewood, contributing to deforestation. One can almost see the plumes of smoke from lime kilns on the outskirts of cities like Tikal or Calakmul, fueling the rise of temples while slowly nibbling at the surrounding forests, a hint of the ecological pressures that would later become critical. Maya architecture styles varied by region and period. Diet. In the Petén heartland, Guatemala lowlands, such as Tikal, the style was to build soaring pyramids with high roof cones, ornamental wall extensions on top that made them even taller and provided space for stucco portraits of kings or gods. Pain pyramids often had steep stairways and relatively small temples up top. They create a dramatic skyline, as at Tikal, where temple eye and two pierce above the jungle canopy like stone mountains. In the Pusi Hills of Yucatan, later, Maya architects covered palaces with intricate mosaic stone facades, repeating geometric patterns and long-nosed rain god masks, representations of the god Chak. Uxmal's Nunnery Quadrangle is a masterpiece of such mosaic architecture, where every building's facade is a lacework of stone, depicting celestial hieroglyphs and serpents. In the Chines and Rio Bec regions, some temples were adorned with gigantic stucco masks of deity faces, such that the doorway looked like the mouth of a monster. Entering the temple meant symbolically entering the maw of the earth or sky deity. And in the Maya Toltec period of the post-classic, as at Chichen Itza or Mayapan, you see mixings of styles, columned halls, and feathered serpent motifs influenced by central Mexico. Chacmol statues, reclining stone figures holding vessels, where our offerings might be placed. Each city had its unique flavor, but all felt like ceremonial theaters designed for community rituals and elite display. Daily life for the majority of Maya, who were farmers, artisans, and laborers, took place in and around the grand ceremonial centers. Outside the downtown of temples and palaces, residential neighborhoods sprawled, but they were not laid out in neat rows. Maya houses were typically built on small mounds or platforms to elevate them from rain and bugs, often with wattle and daub walls and thatched roofs. Commoner homes might cluster near the fields they tended. Agriculture was the basis of sustenance. Maize was the staple, supplemented by beans, squash, chili, sweet potatoes, manioc, fruits, and game from hunting. The Maya practiced a variety of farming techniques depending on the environment. In the dense lowland jungle, slash and burn, milpa agriculture was common. Fields are cleared and burned to enrich soil, cultivated for a few years, then left fallow to regenerate. However, this method requires abundant land and fallow cycles. As populations swelled, they intensified methods. In some areas, they built terraces on slopes to prevent erosion and retain soil moisture. In seasonally inundated lowlands, they created raised fields and canal networks to both irrigate and drain as needed. One beautiful example of Maya agricultural wisdom is the Three Sisters companion planting method. Maize, beans, and squash grown together. The corn stalks provide a natural trellis for the bean vines to climb. Beans, being legumes, fix nitrogen in the soil, fertilizing it, and the squash vines spread along the ground, their broad leaves shading out weeds and retaining moisture. This trio of crops, often supplemented by chilies and peppers, formed a balanced diet. Corn and beans together provide complementary proteins. European observers in the 16th century marveled at the productivity of indigenous milpa stot. Indeed, the Maya had been feeding cities of tens of thousands through clever use of their environment. Some geographers describe the Maya agricultural style as intensive gardening, as opposed to the European style of field farming, with plows and livestock. The Maya used human labor for all tasks. Planting, weeding, harvesting were done by hand with wooden digging sticks or stone-bladed hoes. There was a rhythm to this life. Clearing the milpa in the dry season, planting with the onset of rains, praying to the rain god, Shak for benevolence, harvesting maize in the fall. In the highlands, they also cultivated cacao, chocolate, and cotton, and traded these valuable goods to the lowlands. Daily routine in a Maya city might go something like this. At dawn, families rise with the sun's first light. No electric lights, so people's schedule was closely attuned to the natural light cycle. The women grind maize on metates to make dough for tortillas or tamales, while the men perhaps head to their fields outside town, or to construction projects if a great temple is being built under royal command. Children might fetch water from the cenote, natural well, or reservoir. As the day brightens, the city plaza comes alive. Perhaps a market is held today. We know the Maya had periodic markets where people traded food, pottery, tools, cloth, and luxury items. One might hear the calls of vendors, a woman selling salt and dried fish from the coast, a man with a basket of jade beads, farmers with piles of squash and maize. The currency could be cacao beans or tiny standardized beads of jade or shell. Over by the ball court, a game of puck to puck, the Maya ball game, might be in progress or practice. The echo of the solid rubber ball hitting the stone slope rings out. Players wearing padded belts attempt to volley the heavy ball using hips and shoulders, aiming eventually to send it through a high stone ring. The game has deep ritual significance, sometimes used to settle disputes or as part of fertility rites, and often associated with the mythology of the hero twins. By midday, the tropical sun is intense. Many seek shade, perhaps working inside weaving cloth or carving wood. The Maya were skilled weavers, spinning cotton or magui fibers and dyeing them into bright patterns. Nobles wore embroidered garments and feathered headdresses. Commoners had simpler cotton clothes, a loincloth for men, a hupal tunic for women, often with beautiful woven patterns. An artisan might be carefully painting a ceramic vessel with images of gods or court scenes. These polychrome ceramics show astonishing artistry and were often used as elite gift items. Another might be chiseling a piece of limestone to form part of a stela. Notably, artisans sometimes signed their works in glyphs, indicating pride and recognition of individual skill. Throughout the day, rituals and religious observances punctuated life. The Maya religion was polytheistic and animistic. Everything had a spiritual essence. A farmer might sprinkle a few drops of bauche, fermented drink made from honey and tree bark, on the ground as offering to the earth before planting. A fisherman might pray to the water gods before casting nets. At the temple precinct, priests are performing the calendar ceremonies, reciting the significance of that day's tzolk'in name, and perhaps burning copal incense so that aromatic smoke carries prayers upward. There may be the sound of a conch shell trumpet or the percussive beat of a turtle shell drum, depending on the occasion. One of the dramatic rituals of Maya kings and queens was bloodletting, offering their own blood to nourish the gods and ancestors. In an evening ceremony, the Ahau, king and his wife, might perforate their flesh. The king draws a thorn-studded cord through his tongue or genitals. The queen draws a thorny rope through her tongue, letting blood drip onto strips of paper. These blood-soaked papers are then burned in a brazier, and the rising smoke is believed to open a conduit to the other world. In that swirling incense smoke, they expected to see visions, perhaps an ancestral spirit, or a serpent form carrying a divine ancestor. This was a core part of Maya ceremonial life, often done at key calendar intervals to renew the cosmos. The Popol Vuh emphasizes that humans were created to speak the names of the gods, to sustain them with offerings, a reciprocal arrangement. So the everyday life of the Maya, though filled with practical labor, was never far from the sacred. Urban infrastructure in Maya cities also displayed ingenuity. For instance, in the water-sparse regions, like the Yucatan with its scarce surface water, or the Petén where few rivers flow, the Maya engineered solutions. They built chultans, bottle-shaped underground cisterns, to collect rainwater runoff from plastered plazas. In major cities like Tikal, they created vast reservoirs by modifying natural depressions and lining them with limestone plaster. Recent research at Tikal has even found that they constructed a sophisticated water filtration system. One reservoir had layers of quartz sand and zeolite minerals brought from miles away to filter the water. This system, dating over 2,000 years ago, removed harmful microbes and toxins, effectively a primitive version of modern carbon or zeolite water filters. Scientists remark that such a filtration method using zeolite was thought to be invented in the 19th or 20th century, yet the Maya had it millennia earlier. As one researcher said, when it comes to water management, the Maya were millennia ahead. They also managed water distribution with a network of canals and overflow weirs to direct excess during the rainy season and preserve it for dry months. This was crucial at Tikal, where no rivers exist and the city relied completely on captured rain. Additionally, Maya builders elevated and leveled their plazas and causeways. This not only created processional routes and connectivity, but also aided in channeling rainwater into the reservoirs. In effect, the entire city became a device to harvest water. Despite their achievements, everyday Maya folks likely lived with a constant awareness of nature's fickleness. Drought, blight, hurricanes, these loomed as threats. There is evidence that across Mesoamerica, periodic droughts or climate shifts challenged societies. The Maya responded with resilience, intensifying agriculture, performing more rituals for rain, and in some cases digging deeper into sacred cenotes, natural sinkhole wells, which in the north were gateways to the water god. But as we shall explore in the next section, these environmental stresses could compound with political and social ones to strain Maya society. For now, in contemplating daily life, one should not think only of kings and priests. The majority of Maya population were farmers living in the peripheries of the cities or in rural villages scattered across the landscape. They paid tribute to their local lord, often in maize, labor, or goods like cotton textiles. In return, they received protection, and the ceremonial centers provided a cosmic legitimacy to their toil. At intervals, commoners would come to the city for marketplace trade or to attend festivals on special calendar dates. For example, the New Fire ceremony every 52 years, or annual patron deity festivals. We can imagine the awe of a villager entering Tikal's Grand Plaza, seeing it decorated with banners, the temples freshly painted red with white and blue accents, incense thick in the air, and the king costumed as the embodiment of a god, perhaps Kinich Ajah, the sun god, climbing the temple stairs in a slow choreography. Flaming torches would illuminate the scene at night, turning the temple facades into flickering stages of shadows, where the carved masks of gods might almost appear to move in the firelight. For the Maya, architecture, art, music, and science all converged in religious theater. Cities were as much spiritual centers as political ones. Life was permeated with a kind of poetic connectivity. The smell of soil after rain was a blessing from Chak. The crackle of the hearth fire echoed the Maya creation. When the first dawn's light came, even a humble act like a candle flickering in a village hut, while children listened to elders' tales, could have cosmic resonance, as if that flame was a tiny mirror of the sun. Thus, while we analyze the Maya scientifically, noting lime plaster formulas or agricultural yields, we should also appreciate the enchantment of their daily world. They walked on plazas that were images of the earth, slept under skies that were stories written in stars, and built pyramids that were frozen prayers in stone, reaching upward. The stones they set in place remain today, whispering of those prayers. And yet, for all their prowess, the Maya cities were not invulnerable. In the next section, we explore the great mystery that has long captivated scholars and lay people alike. The so-called Maya collapse of the classic period, a turning point when many of these splendid cities fell silent, leaving only the jungle and the stones to remember. In the quiet dawn, a howler monkey's cry echoes over a plaza choked with weeds. A carved stela stands cracked and lopsided, its king's face eroded by decades of rain. Winds twine up a temple staircase where no priest has walked in a generation. The once bustling royal court is empty, its wooden lintels rotted away, the palatial rooms inhabited now by bats and spiders. This is a vision of the Maya collapse, the poignant image of cities, great and small, being abandoned to the encroaching forest. Few moments in archaeology are as haunting as walking through Tikal or Palenque, and realizing that for centuries these places lay utterly forsaken, their names and glory forgotten by the outside world. What happened? The classic Maya collapse refers to the period roughly between 750 and 950 AD, varying by region, when the major lowland cities of the southern Maya area experienced a precipitous decline. Villages stopped being erected, monuments and dates ceased, populations dwindled or vanished, and the political system of divine kingship came to an end in most areas. This didn't mean the Maya people disappeared. Far from it. But their way of life changed drastically. For a long time, the collapse was an enigma swathed in speculation. Was it war? Famine, epidemic, revolt, environmental catastrophe, or some combination? Modern research suggests multiple intertwined factors, with climate change, drought, now playing a leading role in many theories. First, a chronology of the collapse. In the southern lowlands, Petén, southern Yucatan, Belize, parts of Guatemala, and Honduras, most large cities record their last long count dates in the late 800s or early 900s AD. For example, Copan's last known monument date is 822 AD. Tikal's around 869 AD. Palenque's around 799 AD. Calakmul's by mid-9th century. By 900 AD, the pattern is clear. The central Maya lowlands had largely collapsed in terms of urban civilization. There were far fewer people, no kings carving monuments, no new temples of scale. Yet in the northern Yucatan and in the highlands, Maya culture continued and even thrived for a few more centuries. So the collapse was geographically uneven. It's more accurate to say the classic political system collapsed in certain regions. One major factor identified by scientists is severe, protracted droughts that struck in the terminal classic period, late 800s to early 900s. Evidence from lake sediment cores cave stalagmites, and other paleoclimate proxies show that rainfall declined significantly. A recent study of a stalagmite from a cave in the Yucatan indicates multiple droughts, including one astonishing drought lasting 13 years straight in the late 800s. Such a drought would have been devastating, especially in areas like the Petén, where water relied on seasonal rains collected in reservoirs. Archaeologists note that the period of these droughts correlates with archaeological evidence of instability and population decline. If the crops failed repeatedly, famine and malnutrition would weaken the population. A desperate populace might lose faith in their rulers, whose sacred duty was to intercede with the gods for rain and fertility. Imagine a king conducting ceremony after ceremony, bloodletting, praying, offering. Yet the rains do not come for years. The reservoirs dry up, the maize withers. The social contract, in which the king's ritual performance yields cosmic order, would be broken. It is easy to envision unrest or migration as a result. Another factor is environmental degradation. The classic Maya had reached high population densities. Some estimates say the core areas had hundreds of people per square kilometer, similar to medieval Europe. To feed so many, they had to farm intensively and likely cut down large swaths of forest. Deforestation not only causes soil erosion and exhaustion, but can also affect local climate. Less forest cover can reduce local rainfall. The need for timber for building and lime plasters exacerbated deforestation. Pollen analyses from lake sediments show a decline in forest pollen and a rise in weeds associated with agriculture in late classic times, followed by a reversal, forest returning. As populations drop after the collapse, a clear sign of human impact, and then withdrawal. Soil erosion in some valleys would reduce agricultural yields. It's a slow, cumulative stress that may have made the society less resilient to the shock of drought when it came. Warfare and internal strife also seem to have crescendoed. Stela inscriptions in the late 8th century at various sites speak of wars, betrayals, and shifting vassal alliances as never before. It's as if the competitive system went into overdrive, perhaps as resources got scarcer due to climate or other pressures. Cities fought more fiercely over what remained, controlling water sources, hunting territories, or trade routes. There is evidence of fortifications built in late classic times, something not emphasized earlier. Some cities' final moments were violent. We find palaces burnt, monuments defaced, potentially indicating revolts or enemy invasion. At Dos Pilas, archaeologists uncovered that the royal family likely retreated into the center and hastily built defensive walls out of carved monuments, a sign of desperation. Before the city fell, we might be seeing a scenario where the elaborate system of holy kings went to war too often, draining their resources and goodwill. Then, economic factors. The great city network of the classic Maya was tied by long-distance trade. For prestige items like jade, obsidian, quetzal feathers, marine shells, some theorists suggested that shifting trade routes or the loss of certain trade partners could destabilize kingdoms. For instance, if one critical resource became scarce or an outside trade partner, like Teotihuacan, which had earlier influence but by 700 AD Teotihuacan itself had fallen, was lost, it could change the balance of power. Disease is another possibility, though no direct evidence yet. One can't rule out pandemics. Smallpox or other old world diseases came with the Spanish later. We don't know New World pandemic pre-1000 AD. But it could be something like a hemorrhagic fever or waterborne disease spreading in weakened populations. Cultural and social complexity may have reached a point of diminishing returns. The population growth and elite competition meant that more and more effort went into temple building, rituals, and wars to maintain the system, perhaps overtaxing the common people. Some have posited a scenario of peasant revolt or a breakdown in the belief in the ruling class, if enough farmers decided to walk away into less populated areas, maybe to survive the drought by moving to rivers or coasts. The cities would empty out. Likely, all these factors interwove. As one study co-author succinctly put it, there have been multiple theories as to what caused the collapse, but in the past few decades, we've started to learn quite a lot by combining the archaeological data with quantifiable climate evidence. In other words, it's the synthesis that is revealing. The climate data shows droughts. The archaeological data shows upheaval and population shifts. Together, they tell a compelling story between AD 760 and 910. A perfect storm of prolonged droughts and societal stresses led millions of Maya in the southern lowlands to disappear from the historical record. They likely migrated, died, or adapted into smaller communities. Some regions fared slightly better. The northern Yucatan, interestingly, which is normally drier, had cenotes, natural wells, that always retained some water, and by this time had fewer people. Those cities like Chichen Itza rose as southern ones fell, perhaps partly because people moved north where water was somewhat more reliable, at least in cenotes, and where political models changed. Indeed, after 900 AD, Chichen Itza became a dominant center, but it had a different governance, more of a council than a single divine king, some suggest, and more international flair, indicating the old model was replaced by something new. For the people living through it, the collapse might not have been a sudden apocalypse, but a gradual abandonment. Families drifting away when their crops failed and their children went hungry. Artisans leaving because the nobles could no longer pay them. Faith in kings eroding as the stelae prophecies did prevent catastrophe. The jungle slowly reclaimed plazas that had hosted splendid feasts. In some cases, we find hints of ritual termination, as if people intentionally closed off temples or buried idols, perhaps planning to return or as an act of reverence. In others, it looks like they simply left in a hurry. The aftermath saw a post-classic period, 900, 1000, 510-20s, in which Maya society reorganized. The dynastic kings were largely gone, but Maya culture persisted in new forms. Smaller centers in the highlands thrived. New political entities like the Quiche Maya kingdom in the Guatemalan highlands rose. The ones who would later write down the Popol Vuh in alphabetic script after the Spanish arrived. In Yucatan, cities like Mayapan and the League of Petty States continued on, but the populous, artistically rich, deeply literate world of the classic lowland Maya was never revived to its former glory. The ruins were left as time capsules in the forest. This notion of a great civilization's collapse has often been taken as a morality tale or cautionary example. Indeed, scholars like Jared Diamond have highlighted the Maya collapse as an example of environmental mismanagement combined with climate change, leading to societal failure. But one must be careful. The Maya people did not vanish. To use the poetic phrase, how does a civilization vanish, and yet not vanish at all? The population did drop, but the descendants of those who left the cities survived in new communities with simpler material culture, but still retaining their language and traditions. When the Spanish arrived centuries later, they encountered millions of Maya still living in the region, just not in the ancient urban way. Those people even told stories about the ruins. For example, a Lacandon Maya myth about why the ancient cities were abandoned says that the gods who lived in the temples grew hungry because no one remained to offer them incense, so they roamed away as giant forest creatures. There's a sense in indigenous lore that the collapse was a spiritual as well as social event, a turning of the age. The silence of the abandoned Maya cities must have been eerie. In time, the rainforest cloaked many structures entirely. As centuries passed, new growth and soil-covered plazas where thousands once gathered. Travelers in the 18th and 19th centuries who rediscovered these ruins often could not believe that the overgrown mounds were man-made. But the Maya collapse was not the definitive end of their story. It was the close of a chapter. The philosophical reflections on this event are profound. We think of Shelley's poem Ozymandias, describing the broken statue of a once great king in the desert. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. How even empire and grandeur are impermanent. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman philosopher emperor, meditated similarly that time is like a river of passing events, no sooner seen than swept past, and another follows and is gone. The Maya collapse exemplifies this truth of impermanence. The mighty kings of Tikal or Copan, like Roman Caesars, could not halt the flow of time's river. Yet the end of classic Maya civilization was not a simple matter of decay. It had structure, even a kind of dark beauty to it. Some last monuments speak to the very awareness of finality. At Tonina, one of the last dated monuments basically says, "There is no 13th Baktun. The Katuns are finished on date, the last day recorded. No future follows." It's a cryptic but seemingly fatalistic statement. Whether they literally meant the calendar was ending, or it's more metaphorical isn't clear. But it's almost as if the scribes themselves recognized the sunset of their era. They measured time in cycles, and one big cycle was ending in the historical sense. From a wider perspective, civilizations often carried the seeds of their own transformation or demise. The Maya collapse invites us to reflect on ecological balance, resilience, and the human relationship with nature. They had managed for over 1,000 years to create a vibrant culture in a tropical forest, something earlier thought impossible by some anthropologists, who once assumed advanced civilization could only develop in more temperate or river valley climates. They did so through knowledge and labor, but perhaps they reached a tipping point where the margin for error vanished. When climate shifted, there was no slack in the system. A poignant image is that of the last king on his last day in a city like Cancun or Piedras Negras. Does he perform the rituals one final time to an empty plaza, perhaps carving a final monument, aware that no successor will come? Or did people leave gradually, so no one thought of it as an ending until much later? In truth, the collapse did not happen in one day or year. It was a process with leaps and lulls. Some areas like the Pusi region in Yucatan flourished even while Peten cities fell. But by 1000 AD, the age of divine kings, of intricate calendars and stelae, was over. The torch of Maya culture passed to new hands, in new forms, into the post-classic era where different cities, like Mayapan or the Highland States, and eventually into smaller communities that the Spanish would encounter. The mystery of the Maya collapse has largely been demystified by modern science, yet it remains legendary in the popular imagination, serving as a reminder that even sophisticated, nature-attuned societies can collapse under strain. And in that sense, it's a lesson beyond time. A caution that resonates today as we face our own environmental and social challenges. But collapse is not obliteration. The story now turns to how the Maya, though changed, continued on, and how they met the next great upheaval, the encounter with Spain. In the early 16th century, a new and formidable force entered the Maya world from across the sea, the Spanish conquistadors and missionaries. For the Maya, This was an encounter as world-shattering as anything in their myths. It was as if an alien people with alien gods arrived, wielding thunderous weapons, harquebuses, riding unknown beasts, horses, and bringing unseen death, old-world diseases. The Spaniards, for their part, found the Maya both fascinating and confounding. Here were cities and large populations in the Yucatan and highlands, but not an empire like the Aztecs, rather a mosaic of small kingdoms and towns that resisted unified conquest. The encounter with Spain unfolded over nearly 2 centuries. It was not a swift, singular conquest, but a protracted and often brutal colonization, full of both violence and stubborn Maya resistance. When Hernan Cortés conquered the Aztec capital Tenochtitlan in 1521, the Aztec Empire collapsed quickly, but the Maya were different. There was no central Maya authority to topple. The Spanish had to subdue town by town, often fighting guerrilla-style wars in unforgiving terrain. They first entered Maya territory in 1524, when Pedro de Alvarado invaded the highlands of Guatemala, crushing the Quiche Maya and their allies in battles. With the help of Spanish steel and horses and allied indigenous troops from Mexico, the Quiche capital, Comarcay, was captured, and leaders were burned or executed. Alvarado noted in his letters that the Highland Maya fought fiercely for their independence. Over the 1520s and 1530s, much of the highlands and southern lowlands were violently pacified or made to submit. In 1542, the Spanish established the colonial capital of Guatemala near the former Cachical Maya city of Iximche. Meanwhile, in the Yucatan Peninsula, a father-son duo, Francisco de Montejo and Francisco de Montejo el Mozo, attempted conquest starting in 1527. It took them 20 years of arduous campaigning to claim the Yucatan. The Maya towns there would rebel again and again. It wasn't until the early 1540s that the Spanish founded Merida and could claim control of most of Yucatan, though even then, parts of the eastern forests remained unconquered for much longer. The Spanish justified their conquest with missionary zeal. They saw the Maya as heathens, practicing idolatry and human sacrifice, which to the friars was abhorrent and diabolical. One of the most tragic episodes was the campaign of Fray Diego de Landa, a Franciscan priest in Yucatan. Landa was initially sympathetic in learning the Maya language and trying to convert through understanding. But he became convinced that the converted Maya were secretly still worshipping their old god. In July 1562, in the town of Mani, Landa carried out an auto da fe, an inquisitorial ritual of faith that had become infamous. He burned 27 Maya codices, books, and over 5,000 idols and sacred images in a public bonfire. These codices were books of bark paper, containing the accumulated knowledge of Maya, astronomy, history, and religion. To Landa, they were works of the devil, full of superstition and lies, to be destroyed for the salvation of Maya souls. We can only imagine the horror of Maya scribes and priests as they watched their entire libraries go up in flames. It was an incalculable loss for human heritage. Landa's own account acknowledges how thorough the destruction was. We found a large number of books, and since they contained nothing but superstitions and falsehoods of the devil, we burned them all, which the Maya regretted to an amazing degree. Indeed, the Maya later said of this event that they lost their memory. Only 4 glyphic books survived into the modern era, the ones we call Dresden, Madrid, Paris, and the fragmentary Grolier. Hundreds, if not thousands of others were turned to ash. As a result, a vast corpus of Maya history, science, and literature was erased in one stroke. The cultural and intellectual devastation was immense. The destruction of these books represents not only a loss of historical documents, but also a profound erasure of cultural identity and knowledge. As one modern summary puts it, what the classic collapse had begun, the loss of script and literacy among commoners. The Spanish conquest nearly completed by stamping out the remaining written records. Ironically, Fray Diego de Landa would later realize the value of what he'd destroyed and attempt to record what he could of Maya culture. In 1566 he wrote Relación de las Cosas de Yucatán, account of the affairs of Yucatan, which includes a rough outline of Maya glyphs. This work later helped in decipherment. Landa was punished briefly for his overzealous methods. Reports of torture and mass cruelty even reached the Spanish authorities, and he was recalled to Spain to explain himself. Yet he returned as Bishop of Yucatan in 1573 and continued imposing Christianity, though with perhaps less violence. To the Maya, the Spanish onslaught was an apocalyptic event akin to what their own legends foretold about world endings. But they also showed resilience. After initial defeats, there were numerous rebellions and refuges. Some Maya fled into the hills or the deep jungle to avoid Spanish control. The Itza people of the Petén Lakes, descendants of the post-classic Maya, managed to remain independent for a century and a half. In their island capital Noche Petén on Lake Petén Itza, a Maya king continued to rule long after the rest of the region was subjugated. The Itza stubbornly refused Spanish friars entry and maintained their ancestral religion. It wasn't until 1697 that the Spanish, under Martin de Ursua, finally brought Tayasal down by attacking with war boats and cannons, in what some say was the last independent Maya kingdom to fall. But imagine, at the end of the 17th century, while Baroque Europe was flourishing, a lone Maya city still carried on as it had for centuries. An island of tradition in a sea of colonial territory, until it too was engulfed. Another dramatic resistance flared in the 18th and 19th centuries with the caste war of Yucatan, 1847-1940, where Maya rebels nearly drove out the Mexican government from Yucatan and established a Maya state with its spiritual center at Santa Cruz. They held out, amazingly, until the early 1900s. Dusty. The fighting words of one rebel leader were, "For 300 years we have been oppressed, but no more. Now we will fight for our land and freedom." Although eventually suppressed, these events underscore that the Maya spirit of independence never fully died. They vanished, yet not vanished at all. Under Spanish rule, the Maya suffered forced labor, heavy tributes, and attempts to erase their religion and language, but they adapted in creative ways. Many became nominally Catholic, but blended their old beliefs into new forms, a process called syncretism. For instance, they identified some of their gods with Christian saints, allowing them to covertly continue rituals. They retold the story of creation and heroes in terms acceptable to their new context. One shining example is the Popol Vuh itself. It was transcribed in the Quiche language using the Latin alphabet by Maya nobles in the 1550s, and later translated to Spanish by a priest. This preserved their myths for posterity. Likewise, the Yucatec Maya produced the books of Chilambalam, which are post-conquest manuscripts containing a mix of ancient lore, astrology, prophecy, and history written in Maya language with Spanish letters. These texts show a conscious effort to save the memory of the past in new form. Under the shadow of colonization, Spanish chroniclers were both impressed and appalled by the Maya. One described the now ruined city of Palenque as he saw it in the 1780s, long after abandonment, as opulent palaces among the trees. Others like Bernal Diaz del Castillo recalled seeing bustling Maya towns on the coast with pyramids as they sailed by with Cortés, an image of a culture very much alive in 1519. But by 1600, through disease, smallpox, influenza, etc., which ravaged indigenous populations, forced labor, encomienda system, and migration, the Maya population had plummeted. Yet millions remained, living in new imposed towns, often around a church plaza, but still whispering prayers in Maya to the old gods when out of the friar's earshot. For the Maya, the loss of their books and suppression of writing was perhaps the hardest blow to their identity. Without being talked about, without being remembered, nothing the actor does can survive the fleeting moment, wrote Hannah Arendt in contemplating how memory is essential to give actions meaning beyond their time. The Spanish conquest was an attempt to erase the Maya's ability to remember on their own terms. However, memory survived in other ways, orally, and even in the stone monuments the Spanish often left alone. Though they toppled idols, they usually didn't demolish large pyramids. Those were simply abandoned. In that sense, the ruins themselves became a dormant library of memory, waiting for the day their glyphs would be read again. From a philosophical angle, the confrontation of Maya and Spanish civilizations raises questions of historical cyclicality and human cruelty. The Maya, who had their own history of wars and sacrifices, met a foe arguably more ruthless, and certainly more externally destructive, due to guns and germs and a mentality of conquest. The fragility of human institutions was laid bare. Splendid cities could fall to ruin, rich libraries could be burned to nothing. Marcus Aurelius' meditation on impermanence seems fitting here again. How many empires have risen and fallen? How many proud conquerors eventually vanish? The Spanish conquest left new ruins atop old ones. Many Maya perished, but the Spanish themselves eventually lost their colonial power. Everything passes, and yet something endures. The Maya people endured. They carried forward their lineage, their language, and many customs to the modern day, even if in altered form. Their idea of cosmos, of endless cycles of time, likely gave them a cultural resilience. If this was the end of one cycle, the old world of the Maya kingdoms, perhaps a new cycle would come where the Maya would return to greatness. Some rebel prophets claimed as much, saying that after 500 years the Maya would rise again, whether metaphorical or literal. It shows a hope rooted in their cyclical worldview. In the thick midnight jungle, you can still hear it, the faint pulse of the Maya heart. Today, over 6 million Maya descendants live in the same regions their ancestors once did. They speak around 30 distinct Mayan languages, tongues directly descended from classic Maya speech. In markets of Guatemala's highlands, one can hear quiche or cachica vendors bargaining over prices. In Yucatan, families still gather for PB, underground pit barbecue, to cook pork or turkey with Maya-style spices for holidays. In Belize, Mopan, or Quechua Maya farmers still plant milpa in the forest clearings much like their forefathers, and they honor the rain and corn in their prayers. The Maya civilization as it was may have transformed, but it did not vanish. Instead, it lives on in myriad ways, echoing through time. Linguistically, the continuity is profound. The Maya glyphic script was largely lost for centuries, only deciphered by scholars in the late 20th century. But the languages survived orally. Now, as hieroglyphs have been deciphered, modern Maya speakers can often recognize words their ancestors wrote in stone. For instance, a Yucatec Maya today might see Shanchin, cave, or Ku, holy, god, in the glyphs, and hear its cognate in their own language. A connection across 1500 years, bridging the collapse and conquest. The resurgence of interest in Maya language and literature is part of a broader movement among Maya communities. to reclaim their heritage. In Guatemala, there are Maya poets and activists writing in their languages, and some schools teach bilingual curricula, including Maya cosmology. Culturally, many traditions persisted by syncretism. The Maya adapted Catholic saints to their own cosmology. In a town like Santiago Atitlan by Lake Atitlan, the people venerate a deity named Maximon, a curious folk saint who is a blend of a Maya god, possibly Mam or a form of the god Mam, with the visage of a Spanish man. They offer him liquor and cigars, a very non-Christian offering. Yet this happens during Holy Week in a seemingly Christian context. Elsewhere, on Jan 14th each year in Chiapas, the Tzotzil Maya perform the ceremony of the sprouting maize, which coincides with the feast of the Black Christ of Esquipulas. But in their ceremony, they whisper the old incantations to the maize seeds to grow well. Daykeepers, Maya ritual calendar priests, in the highlands of Guatemala still use the 260-day Tzolk'in calendar to guide people, determine auspicious days for weddings or travel, and do healing ceremonies. They keep alive the ancient count of days, even if stealthily during colonial times, and now openly as indigenous pride has grown. A daykeeper may pray at sunrise on a mountaintop, scattering flower petals and cornmeal, calculating that today is 8 bats in the sacred calendar. A good day to petition for community well-being. The physical Maya heritage also re-emerged. Starting in the 19th century, explorers like John Lloyd Stephens and artist Frederick Catherwood popularized the ruins with their illustrated books, astonishing the world by showing that deep in the forests of Central America lay immense temples and statuary. Since then, archaeology has painstakingly excavated and restored parts of Tikal, Palenque, Calakmul, Copan, Chichen, Itza, and many other sites, turning them into archaeological parks that attract travelers from around the globe. Tourists climb the pyramids, sometimes to the detriment of preservation, witnessing on equinox at Chichen Itza the shadow serpent slither down, or hearing the uncanny echo off the Castillo that sounds like a Quetzal bird's call when you clap. In these encounters, the world discovers the genius of the Maya anew. It has influenced architecture. Frank Lloyd Wright was inspired by Maya forms. Art, surrealists loved the Maya stone carvings of metamorphosis. And even popular culture, the 2012 phenomenon, though based on a misunderstanding, sparked countless references to the Maya long count. One of the most striking modern echoes was the global fascination in 2012 regarding the supposed end of the Maya calendar. As mentioned earlier, the long count's 13th Baktun completion on December 21st, 2012, was misconstrued by doomsday enthusiasts as a prediction for apocalypse. The media hype was intense, but ironically, it obscured the deeper truth of Maya time philosophy. The Maya did not see it as an end, but as a renewal, akin to a new sunrise after a long night. Many Maya communities actually held ceremonies to welcome the new cycle, inviting harmony and balance. It became a moment of cultural celebration rather than fear for them. The world's interest in that date prompted a surge of respect and curiosity about Maya knowledge. It also reminded everyone that the Maya calendar was still being used by living people. Indeed, to this day, priests in Momostenango, Guatemala, or Momostenango, or Coban, or many others, keep the calendar round count without interruption from their ancestors' time. In science, the Maya have left a legacy that researchers continue to explore with admiration. Every few years, new discoveries push the boundary of what we know. For instance, recently, LIDAR, light detection and ranging. Surveys peering beneath the jungle canopy revealed thousands of undiscovered structures, causeways, even entire cities that were previously unknown, suggesting the ancient Maya population may have been far larger than once thought, perhaps 10 million or more larger than once thought. These findings show a level of landscape modification, e.g. vast networks of agricultural terraces and water channels, which underscores that the Maya were sophisticated ecological engineers. Such insights resonate today as we reflect on sustainable farming and water use. We learn that the Maya had successes like multi-crop polyculture, water filtration, and failures, perhaps overclearing forest, and there is wisdom in both their achievements and mistakes for modern society. Culturally and philosophically, the Maya cyclical view of time finds echoes in contemporary thought. The idea of respecting natural cycles, of understanding time as something more nuanced than a linear arrow, has gained appeal in an age of ecological consciousness. The Maya concept of world renewal, that periodically society must recalibrate and return to fundamentals to survive, seems prescient. There's also a spiritual humanism in Maya myth that appeals to people globally. The Popol Vuh story of the hero twins is fundamentally about fallibility, cunning, sacrifice, and redemption, themes that resonate universally. The line, "What has been can be again," is both a promise and a warning. It speaks to the possibility of revival, that lost knowledge can be recovered, as indeed modern Maya revitalization movements are recovering language and ritual, and to the risk that mistakes can repeat if not remembered. Famous thinkers have found inspiration in the rise and fall of the Maya. Marcus Aurelius would likely reflect that the ruins of Palenque or Copan are a testament to his notion of the ephemerality of glory. All the victories and luxury of those courts ended up as moss-covered stones. Hannah Arendt might comment on how the triumph of memory is that we moderns, by studying and remembering the Maya, undo in part the oblivion that had swallowed them, thus transforming their past into a future possibility again. Indeed, the decipherment of Maya writing in the late 20th century, pioneered by figures like Yuri Norosov, Tatiana Proskoryakov, Linda Scheele, is a shining example of memory regained. Those hieroglyphs, silent for a millennium, now speak. And what do they tell us? They tell us that Maya kings were not so unlike other humans. They loved, fought, built, boasted, feared, and aspired. The legend of an otherworldly lost race has given way to the history of a very real, relatable people. Nietzsche's idea of eternal recurrence, the thought experiment of living one's life over infinitely, finds a cultural analog in the Maya belief in cosmic cycles. The Maya didn't necessarily think an individual life repeats exactly, but they did see patterns of events cycling. There's comfort in that, and also a challenge to face eternity by living well in the now. As Nietzsche implied, a Maya priest might say something similar. Live in harmony today, for the cycle will return and you will meet your actions again. And Rumi's mystical insight that only from the heart can you touch the sky beautifully encapsulates the unity of human emotion with the cosmos, a unity the Maya sought in their every ritual. When Maya stargazers climbed their observatories, they were not coldly mapping coordinates. They were communing with what they saw as animate heavenly beings. They touched the sky with both mathematics and prayers from the heart. In the Popol Vuh, after humans are successfully created from corn, they offer gratitude to the maker and modeler. That humility and heartfulness was central to sustaining the cosmic order. Today, one can visit a Maya community on a festival day and see the blend of old and new, processions for a saint who might also represent a maize god, marimba music playing alongside ancient prayers, fireworks, a post-Spanish edition, lighting up the same skies the ancient Maya once watched in wonder. Modern Maya activists and intellectuals often invoke their heritage to fight for rights and environmental stewardship. They argue that the Maya identity didn't disappear. It was marginalized, but it's reasserting itself. Some even frame it as the Maya Renaissance, a new backton of Maya culture arising. On a quiet night, if you stand among the ruins of a site like Tikal, you can gaze at the same stars those astronomer priests did. The city around is in ruins, yes, but listen closely. You might hear the chorus of insects and distant calls of birds. The jungle has its own night music, akin to white noise. As your eyes adjust, the silhouette of temple eye against the starry vault evokes that ancient connection. You realize that civilization is transient, but knowledge and beauty can be passed on. Transformed and appreciated anew, the ancestors whisper through the leaves. Perhaps one of them recites softly the advice of a Quiche elder. Do not lose your way. Keep the days in your heart, for as long as we remember, we are still here. Standing at the threshold between past and present, the story of the Maya invites deep philosophical reflection. Their civilization, so vibrant, underwent profound transformations. Yet something essential endures. What can we learn about time, memory, and existence from this journey through Maya history? One striking lesson is the Maya's cyclical view of time. Unlike the Western linear progress model, the Maya conceived time as circles within circles. Nietzsche's concept of eternal recurrence comes to mind. Everything goes, everything comes back. Eternally rolls the wheel of being. Everything dies, everything blossoms again. Eternally runs the year of being. This poetic utterance could almost be a commentary on the long count calendar, or the Maya myth of successive creations. To the Maya, time was not an arrow shot toward a target, but a wheel turning forever. Each sunrise repeats the first sunrise. Each Khatun, 20-year period, carries echoes of those before. This perspective fosters a kind of cosmic patience and acceptance. It also teaches renewal. But the end of a cycle isn't the ultimate end. It's a chance to begin anew. In our own lives, we often dread ends. End of a job, end of a relationship, end of life, thinking in linear terms. The Maya mindset encourages seeing every end as part of a greater cycle. As one cycle closes, another opens, and perhaps our experiences recur in different forms until lessons are learned. This cyclical view resonates with Marcus Aurelius' Stoic Reflections. Aurelius wrote about the transience of things, how cities like Athens or Rome, once mighty, fade with time. He reminded himself that even the names of great men will be forgotten. Time is like a river made up of events, and a violent stream. No sooner is a thing seen than it is carried away, and another comes in its place. Imagine him standing before a Maya stela, reading the glyph of a king who gloried in his conquests. That king might have believed his name would last till the end of time. Yet within a few centuries, his city was abandoned. His stela toppled, and for a millennium after, no one could even read his name. He was truly forgotten. Marcus Aurelius would not knowingly add this. But now, thanks to decipherment, we do read that name again. There is a poignant irony. Memory can be lost and found. Hannah Arendt said, "The triumph of memory is that in presenting the past, memory transforms the past into a future possibility. What has been can be again. This is what our memory tells us in hope or in fear. In the case of the Maya, what had been knowledge of their writing, their history, has been again in our time. Through scholarly and indigenous acts of memory, the past became a possibility for the future. We resurrected their voices. This underscores the fragility and power of memory. Fragile, because the burning of a few books can almost obliterate a legacy. Powerful, because even embers of memory, stone inscriptions, oral tales, can be fanned back into flame centuries later. From a philosophical vantage, the collapse of the Maya and the later conquest by Spain illustrate the concept of impermanence of empires and the vanity of human wishes. As Samuel Johnson put it, Samuel Johnson put it. It brings to mind Ozymandias again. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty in despair. All that remains is a pedestal in the desert sand. Zotu in the Peten. Look on my works, says Jeso Chankai, and despair? But all around is forest. Does that render the Maya endeavor futile? Not necessarily. But here is where the Maya cyclical philosophy provides a more optimistic framework than simple nihilism. If time is a cycle, then perhaps their prayers are still echoing, their works feeding into the next turn of the wheel. Consider the pyramids as frozen prayers. A pyramid like the one at Tikal is, in a sense, a material prayer, built to align earth and sky, dedicated to a deity. Though the priests are gone, the pyramid still stands, and every equinox it still casts the serpent shadow, or faces the rising sun, just as intended. It continues to fulfill a bit of its function. In that way, the sacred survives even ruin. We tourists who climb it may unknowingly play a part in its long ritual existence by marveling at it. To marvel is a bit like to worship in the temple of appreciation. The Maya also teach us about the relationship between humanity and cosmos. In Western thought, especially post-scientific revolution, humans began to see themselves as separate observers of an external universe. The Maya did not draw such a hard line. For them, the personal and cosmic were interwoven. Rumi, the Sufi mystic, once wrote, "You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop, and stop acting so small. You are the universe in ecstatic motion." He's effectively saying the macrocosm lives within each of us. The Maya might agree. Each human was a microcosm of the cosmos. The Popol Vuh tells how humans were made of maize, something earthly yet sacred, and were given the task of keeping balance in the world by remembering the gods. The Maya saw themselves as crucial participants in cosmic cycles. Through ritual, they maintained the sun's path, the rains, the growth of corn. This reflects a profound unity of stars and human hearts. Much like Rumi's idea that only from the heart can you touch the sky, they touched the sky with hearts full of reverence, and in doing so felt the sky respond with rain, with successful harvests. There is a soothing lesson here. In times of modern alienation, the Maya worldview reminds us that we are part of the natural and cosmic order, not outsiders to it. Our well-being and the heavens' motions are connected in a dance. Memory, too, has a philosophical dimension in this context. The Maya, through their hieroglyphs and codices, placed great importance on recording, essentially remembering the sequence of days, genealogies, and mythic events. They believed that by recounting the story of the creation regularly, they literally sustained creation. To remember was a sacred act. Hannah Arendt's notion that what has been can be again, via memory, can be taken almost literally with the Maya. By recounting myths, they re-actualized the original creation moment, renewing the world. Our modern archival and historiographic impulses are pale shadows of that ancient belief in memory's power. One could say, from a Maya perspective, that forgetting history is not just an intellectual loss, but a cosmic danger. It could let the world fall apart. Perhaps that is why the loss of the books was so devastating. It was as if a part of the cosmic glue was taken away. Conversely, the revival of knowledge now acts as a kind of healing. Another reflection arises on civilizational continuity. The Maya show that a civilization can collapse in terms of its socio-political structure, yet its culture can survive and morph. This complicates our definition of what it means for a civilization to end. The classic Maya world ended, yes. The Maya civilization as a cultural entity did not. This invites a more fluid understanding. Civilizations are not monolithic blocks that exist and then vanish. They are living tapestries that can unravel and be woven in new patterns. The threads of language, custom, bloodline, and memory continue and can create a new design. For example, a Maya farmer in 1700 AD, under Spanish rule, practicing Catholicism outwardly but still using a Maya calendar and corn rituals, is part of that tapestry. To a superficial eye, Maya civilization was gone by then. To a deeper view, it was simply in a new phase. This aligns with an idea in Eastern philosophy, like Hindu or Buddhist cycles, yugas, where civilizations rise and fall as part of a breathing universe. Finally, there is a human existential reflection. How does a civilization vanish, and yet not vanish at all? This invites meditation on legacy. What truly lasts of any culture or person? The physical, buildings, books, can be destroyed or decay. What remains is often story and impact. The story of the Maya now influences global culture. They left behind not just artifacts, but profound ideas about time's nature, Zero's invention, aesthetic achievements in art and architecture. It's a reminder that the fragility of human institutions, as Arendt would say, doesn't mean human meaning is entirely erased. It changes form. The Maya royal courts are gone, but their music might survive in a lullaby that a Yucatec grandmother hums to a child. The essence finds new containers. In a quiet library, someone reads a translation of the Popol Vuh and encounters lines like, "Let there be light, let the dawn come." So it is spoken by the maker and modeler, the mother-father of life, of all. In those words, beyond their immediate theology, is a poetic truth. We continuously seek dawn, light, understanding. The Popol Vuh teaches that the first humans praised the wonder of the world at dawn. Perhaps that is the philosophical heart of the Maya legacy, an attitude of grateful wonder at existence, and a commitment to remember and align oneself with the grand rhythms of the cosmos. In summary, reflecting on the Maya yields these insights. Time is cyclical and healing. Memory is the vehicle that carries past into future. Civilization is mortal, but culture can reincarnate. And existence is a shared adventure between human hearts and the stars above. As Rumi so beautifully put it, we carry inside us the wonders we seek outside us. The Maya carried a universe inside, mirrored in the universe outside. Despite all changes, that inner universe remains accessible to them and to us through them. It continues to whisper through temple halls and nightly heavens, inviting us to ponder, to learn, and above all to marvel at the great mystery of being, in which we, like the Maya, are but one thread in an endless, legendary tapestry.